Test. Testing. Testing. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe, for this blessed, holy, and sacred day. Thank you, God, for all you do. Thank you, God, for another day. Thank you, God, for being my friend. Thank you, God, for your unconditional love, support, and kindness. Thank you, God, for your warmth. Thank you, God, for helping me through this time. God, if there are any messages that to share with me at this time, please do so. Thank you. Alright, so I had a thought that I have to type out. I'll be right with you. I'll be right with myself. So the question that I asked ChatGPT. So I had this thought about the personal brand and the content I'll be posting on YouTube. True or false? Telling stories is primal. It's something humans have been doing for a long time. ChatGPT's response. True. Unequivocally true. Telling stories is primal. Ancient and hardwired into humans. Why this is fact, not opinion. Pre-language transmission before writing, tribes pass survival knowledge through stories. Fires, hunts, morals. Before writing, tribes passed survival knowledge through stories. They passed survival knowledge through stories. Fires, hunts, morals. Brain wiring. The brain remembers narratives far better than facts. Story equals meaning and emotion. Culture plus morality. Values, rules, identity, and how to live. Okay. Culture plus morality, values, rules, identity, and how to live were taught via myths, parables, and legends. Every tradition agrees. Indigenous lore, biblical parables, Greek myths, Buddhist koans, all story based. Modern proof, tell it like it is. Data without story is forgettable. Advice without story is resisted. Story is the felt truth remembered, acted on. That's why Jesus taught in parables. Elders told myths. Movies outperform lectures. Kids learn faster through stories. Brands that tell stories win. For your personal brand, this is the leverage. You're not teaching trading psychology, you're encoding wisdom into narrative. Stories bypass resistance and go straight to the nervous system, especially for inner game, discipline, emotional regulation, moral character, long-term thinking, legacy level values. This is exactly the right vehicle if you want content your kids can watch, you want timeless relevance, not trend chasing, you want impact over hacks, you want to teach how to be, not just what to do. Storytelling is not a tactic. It's the original operating system for human learning. Yes. Okay, now the next thing that I asked ChatGPT was, what operating system can I currently work on? What operating system what operating system am I currently working on? Hint, not trading operating system. And what exactly am I doing for that operating system? Short answer from ChatGPT. You're working on personal brand OS with Inner Alchemy OS as the flagship expression, not trading OS. What you're doing for that OS right now. Exactly. Defining the core transmission method. Storytelling as the primary delivery mechanism. Fictional stories, parables, fables. Encoding inner work into narrative. Emotional regulation, discipline, moral character. Right. Emotional regulation, discipline, moral character, state control, long-term thinking, how to be versus what to do. Designing content that works on multiple layers. Kids understand it, adults feel it, traders recognize themselves, parents would want their children exposed to it. Building a timeless brand asset, not trend content. Shorts plus YouTube as distribution, stories as the evergreen IP, your life systems as proof of work, positioning yourself correctly. You are not a trading YouTuber, a motivation guy, a tips and hacks creator. You are a systems builder, father, mentor, archetype, someone documenting the inner and outer work required to build a meaningful life. How this fits the master plan, no fluff. Trading OS is the cash flow engine, personal brand is the legacy leverage engine, inner alchemy productized wisdom engine. Trading funds freedom, story transmits wisdom, systems make it repeatable. Bottom line, you're currently architecting the narrative layer of your personal brand OS. Choosing the oldest, most powerful human OS story to transmit inner game, values, and systems mastery. Okay. Okay, so to confirm, Now the question is, Okay, this is the next thing. Now the question is, do I do these stories for shorts or long form? What's the best way to show and tell what I'm doing with storytelling? My idea is to take a live stream and convert that somehow into educational entertainment via a story. So, for example, I tell the story of real life events that I've lived through in the form of story using fictional characters. I'd live stream my work to hold myself accountable, but I'd use either long form or shorts to condense into timeless stories and wisdom. For example, there's a book called The Millionaire Fastlane, and in that book, the author told a story about two princes in Egypt, and that whoever could build the pyramid first for the current pharaoh would become the next pharaoh. So both princes got to work. One used physical labor, one built a system. It seemed at first that the second prince was doing nothing. The first prince appeared to be making progress until one morning the pharaoh woke up and saw the second prince had built the pyramid overnight. Stunned as to how he did this, the second prince revealed he built a system/machine to do it. It took 5 to 7 years, but it was done. Meanwhile, the first prince struggled and couldn't finish. I want to tell stories like this, but can this fit into a short? Jenny Hoyos grew her channel to 10.6 million subscribers, saying shorts on average are 34 seconds. Can I tell a story that fast? And when it comes to long form shorts and live streams, how should I best organize content for it? Do I connect the three together somehow? Or do I treat it like trading and do three uncorrelated things? Like trading three uncorrelated markets. Short answer, you do all three. Live streams, long form shorts, but correlated by design, not uncorrelated. One source, three outputs, different jobs. You are building a content operating system, not random posts. First, can stories work in shorts? 30 to 40 seconds. Yes, absolutely. But they must follow a compressed parable, not a full narrative arc. Reality check, tell it like it is. Shorts are not for storytelling. Shorts are for story transmission. One insight, one contrast, one turn. Think AESOP, not Tolkien. Think Aesop, not Tolkien. 34-second story formula, this is key. You're not telling everything. You're telling the moment of meaning. Template that works in 30 to 40 seconds. You have the hook, contrast, twist, lesson. That's it. No fluff, no world building, no backstory bloat. Your Fastlane pyramid story fits perfectly in shorts if distilled properly. Now, how to organize live streams, long forms, and shorts. This is the correct architecture. Live streams equals raw truth, accountability layer, purpose. Show the work, hold yourself accountable, document inner outer struggle. Zero performance pressure. Audience role, observers, builders, future students, your kids one day. This is not content, this is source material. Long form, meaning making, purpose, reflect on lived experience, explain why something matters, translate experience into wisdom. Slower, calmer, mentor energy. We're building the trading OS taught me storifying. Oh, storifying. Storifying my lived experiences. Okay. How to organize live streams, long forms, and shorts. That's interesting. How to storify. Live streams, raw truth, accountability layer. Show the work. Right, I'm literally showing my work with live streams. Hold yourself accountable. Yes, that's what I'm doing. Document your inner and outer struggle. Yes, that's what I'm doing. Zero performance pressure. Yes. So I'm just able to live stream every day in the very easiest way because I'm not entertaining anybody. This is literally what I'm doing. No matter how boring and dry it is, this is what I'm doing. Audience role, observer, builders, future students, your kids one day. This is not content. This is source material. Long form, meaning making. Long form, meaning making. Purpose, reflect on lived experience. Explain why something matters. Long form. Long forms are for meaning making. Meaning making. Purpose, reflect on long lived experience. Explain why something matters. Translate experience into wisdom, slower, calmer, mental energy. Examples. What building trading has taught me about patience. Why systems beat motivation. A story from my life. The invisible years nobody sees. This is where you tell real stories or expanded fictional ones with context and depth. Right, treat it like show and tell. Shorts, distilled wisdom, parables, purpose, timeless, fast, memorable, shareable, algorithm friendly. Always extracted from live stream moments, long form reflections, life experiences. You're not creating shorts, you're compressing meaning. Should these be connected or uncorrelated? They must be correlated at the source, diversified at distribution. Live stream about X, shorts about Y, long form about Z. Correct model like a trading system. One underlying edge. Your life systems intergame multiple time frames. Live stream is tick data. Long form is 1 hour. Shorts, signal alerts. Same market, different execution. Your story position, this is important. You're not a motivational speaker, guru, content creator. You are a modern parable maker, systems builder who codes wisdom into stories. Father, mentor, archetype, documenting the path. Your kids will understand this context. Adults will feel exposed by it. That's the sweet spot. Live streams, accountability plus raw footage. Long form reflection plus meaning. Shorts, compressed parables. Not 3 uncorrelated strategy. 1 system, 3 expressions. Yeah, possible. ChatGPT's next response. I basically copied something that it said, which was long form equals meaning making, purpose, reflect on the experience, etc. And then I said, you said something here that made me think, oh, so I'm storifying my lived experiences. Thoughts on this? Yes, that thought is exactly right. And it's a very important click. You're not making up stories, you're storifying lived experience. That distinction changes everything. What you're actually doing, clearly no fluff. Life happens first. Work happens in public. Reflection turns experience into meaning. Stories encode that meaning for others. So the flow is experience, insight, story, transmission. This is how wisdom has always been passed. Why this is the strongest possible position. It keeps you grounded in truth. You're not pretending to know things you haven't lived. You're not teaching from theory. You're saying, here's what actually happened to me. Here's what it taught me. Here's a story so you can feel it too. That's integrity. It removes creative pressure. You never wake up thinking, what content should I make? What niche should I chase? Your life is the source. Trading OS, discipline, fear, patience, doubt, systems, family time. You're just extracting meaning. It future-proofs the brand. Tools change, platforms change, but patience, delayed gratification, systems over effort, emotional regulation, moral character, these are timeless. A story from today will stand. You'll still land in 10, 20, 50 years. Your kids won't watch your indicators. They will understand your stories. It naturally creates layers of depth. Same experience, different layers. Livestream, here I am stuck, frustrated, building. Here's what this taught me about patience and time. Two builders face the same mountain. Same truth, different bandwidth. This is the mentor archetype done correctly. Mentors don't lecture. They tell stories about the road. You're not saying do this. You're saying this happened to me. Here's what it revealed, right? Right. Right. Here's what I learned. Right. One very important guardrail. Okay, so how I'm interpreting this is show and tell. And that basically, I don't want to say do this. I want to say, here's what I worked on / experienced. Here's what I learned. Thoughts on that? One very important guardrail, tell it like it is. Don't force the story. Bad version, how can I turn this into content? Correct version, what did this experience teach me? If there's no lesson yet, let it cook. Some stories need time to ripen. Bottom line, yes, you're storifying lived experience. It means you stay honest, you stay grounded, you stay timeless. You never run out of material. You build legacy content, not trends. Yes, your interpretation is spot on. That is the model, and it's the cleanest, most honest way to do this. You're describing show, then tell, not tell people what to do. You're describing show, then tell, not tell people what to do. The core stance, lock this in. You're not prescribing, you're bearing witness. Instead of you should do X, here's the right way, follow these steps. You say, here's what I worked on, here's what I experienced, here's what I learned. Take what's useful. That single shift lowers resistance, preserves humility, builds trust, ages well. Why this works psychologically, no fluff. Advice triggers ego defenses. People unconsciously hear, I know better than you. Stories invite identification. People think, oh, that's me. Learning sticks when it's discovered, not when it's imposed. You're letting the listener arrive at the conclusion themselves. That's power. Your exact positioning, this is important. You are not a coach telling people what to do, a guru handing out commandments. You are a builder documenting the road, a father leaving markers on the trail, a systems thinker translating experience into meaning. This keeps you grounded, human, credible, non-preachy. How this shows up across formats, live streams, show the work, show confusion, patience, frustration, no lessons yet, just truth in real time. Long form, tell the meaning. Here's what this phase revealed. Here's the pattern I noticed. Calm, reflective, mentor tone, shorts, encode the lesson indirectly. No moral of the story unless subtle. Let silence and contrast do the teaching. Example, your voice, your model. Instead of, you need to build systems and stop relying on motivation, you say, I spent years working harder, nothing changed. The moment I stopped, right, instead of, right. The moment I stopped trying to move faster and started building systems, everything slowed down and then compounded. Or as a parable, two builders, oh, I like both formats. Right. You need to build systems and stop relying on motivation, right? You get rid of that. I spent years working harder, nothing changed. The moment I stopped to move faster, Two builders worked two builders worked the same hours, same lesson, no command, or much deeper impact. One line that defines your entire brand. If you want a North Star sentence, I don't teach from authority, I share from experience. That's the posture. Bottom line, your instinct is correct. Show the work, tell the meaning, never command, let the stories carry the truth. That's wisdom transmission, not content creation. Yeah, I like that. That's getting there now. Getting there now. Take this part right here and create a note for us in the future. Basically saying that for shorts, I can either speak with me on the camera, saying something like, I spent years working harder, ... Or I can say as a parable, riddle, haiku. Yeah, that for me makes the most sense because shorts, Fuck, it takes so long. Cool. I like that. Okay, great. Okay, great. So basically what I do then is simply tell the same story both ways. As many ways as I possibly can. Next, when it comes to the story and how to tell a story, like, you know how there's parables, haikus, poems, riddles, etc.? What are all the ways I can deliver Okay, last one. Okay, great. So basically what I do then is simply tell the same story both ways or as many ways as I possibly can. Next, when it comes to the story and how to tell the story in the form of shorts, like, you know how there's parables, haikus, poems, riddles, metaphors, what are all the ways I can deliver story using YouTube shorts, Instagram reels, and TikTok shorts? I just repost to those platforms essentially. But I want to know all types of ways I can deliver story using these methods, parables, metaphors. Also, what would these things be called? You're thinking exactly in the right direction as ChatGPT's response. Yes, you tell the same truth in many skins. Same lesson, different transmission forms. What you're asking for is essentially, What are all the narrative containers I can use for short-form wisdom? Exactly. Below is a complete practical taxonomy you can reuse forever. The core category name important. What you're creating overall is called micro-narratives or compressed narrative forms. These are ancient teaching vessels adapted 30 to 60 seconds. The full menu. Ways to deliver story in shorts. You can rotate these intentionally so your feed never feels repetitive. You can rotate these intentionally so your story never feels repetitive. 1, you have the parable. 2, the fable. 3, the allegory. 4, the metaphor story. 5, the analogy. 6, the riddle. 7, the koan, Zen style. 8, the haiku. 9, the micromyth. 10, the origin story. 11, the before-after narrative. 12, failure story. 13, observation story. 14, rule without rule story. Rule without rule. 15, mythic comparison. How to think about this. The simple mental model. Live streams are raw experience, long form, articulated meaning. Live streams are the raw experience. Long form, the articulated meaning. Shorts. Choose a narrative container and encode the meaning. You are not inventing lessons. You're changing the vessel. Practical rotation strategy. You don't need to choose one. Rotate. Day 1, direct first person, parable, da 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 da. Okay, great. Bottom line, lock this in. You are building a library of wisdom vessels. Same lesson, many forms, infinite reuse. Wonderfully done. Okay. And now this, what I'm going to do later on today, after I do my EFT tapping and workout and walk the dog, is I'm going to make this a database. I'm going to make this a database and basically let's see. I don't think there's anything coming up for me today, to be honest. I think I'm getting back in the groove, so I think I'm experiencing like post-traumatic growth. I think the only thing that I'm thinking about right now is how do I package the long form videos now. Okay. How do I package this long form video now? Like, I'm not making this content obviously for like little babies and infants, right? I'm making it for an older population. And not necessarily, someone in their 60s, but someone growing up today as a like teenager and above, basically. Someone from like 12 and above or something, Maybe that's who I need to address for myself, I think that part will come. No. Wait, we got the long form. We got the long form. The long form has to be, the thing about the system stuff. What's the long game here? Helping people fulfill their purpose, using the systems, etc. Like if I just imagine if I have a picture of my daughter and my son now. Wow, my daughter and my son. I got two kids now. That's great. That's so great. If I have a picture of my daughter and my son on my camera, and I see, I see them. What would I want to share with them? What would I want them to see? What would I want them to know about me? And what would I also want them to know, more importantly, about themselves and whatever they go through in life? If I'm never around, what can I leave behind for them? What are the lessons that I can, right? That's what it has to be. What are the lessons that I can share with them? That's the main thing. What are those lessons that I can share with them? What can I share with them? What can I share? And the great thing is that today, especially with AI, the way that it's, how fast it's developing, and now that I have this M2, this Mac Studio M2 Ultra, I can do AI content. I can do AI content. I don't know what people are talking about AI slop. I mean, like, can you do this? Can you do what AI is doing? As fast as it is? I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I think now it's about using it for the best, in the best possible context. Humans are going to be outdated real soon if we don't fucking adapt. All right, let's go. What am I feeling right now? I broke my system. I'm not supposed to research and do all this stuff right now. And that's what's coming up. Yesterday I went through chapter 5 or 6 of Everything is Figure Outable with Marie Folio. And she mentioned something here. Basically writing down what your worst case scenario is. What's your fear? What's your biggest fear? So we can use anxiety, all these words to describe a fear that we're having. But what's the fear? What's my fear? I think the fear is like letting my family down. letting my daughter, my son down, letting my partner down, and not finishing the trading operating system. At the same time, like I talked about yesterday, I'm not going to attach my happiness. I'm not going to make happiness contingent and conditional on what I do for work, what I do for money. Why? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Why would I do that to myself? There's a feeling of fear of like looking my family in the face and seeing them struggle, knowing that I can't do anything, or like if I didn't do anything. And that's what scares the fuck out of me. I think that's scary. And all this resistance to doing it, you know? A lot of resistance to that. A lot of resistance to that one. Right? If I just break this down into 10-day increments, then it's just 1%. That's it. Just think about the next 10 days. What are the next 10 days? Think about the next 10 days for the live stream. Think about the next 10 days. $10 days is 1%. 100 days is 10%. 1,000 live streams. I should be able to accomplish something in this time. Even if it's, these working procedures, it can get done. It can absolutely get done. I've got the microdose of magic mushrooms coming in to help me get into the most peaceful state that I can and to really process the rest of this traumatic experience from having a daughter taken away. And I got to tell this story. I think I am a storyteller in some capacity. And that's what I would do. I'm going to tell the story. I'm going to tell the stories that I wish I heard when I was a kid. To my kids and to maybe even other kids that don't have fathers, I'm going to tell that story to them and for them. Maybe I'll even one day be Grandpa Gabe, I most certainly am not going to fucking be in this cold room anymore. That's for sure. So I'm going to figure this one out. Right. Trading is what I do. That's not who I am. Trading is what I do. That's not who I am. Storytelling is not what I do. That's who I am. Trading is what I do. It's not who I am. Trading is what I do. It's not who I am. Storytelling is not what I do. It's who I am. I think there's something here where I can convert this into gold. I think there is something that I can convert into gold of some sort. And I don't have to just be so narrow into one thing. Maybe I can teach my wisdom. maybe I can do it all in one platform, in one format, without having to be so separated, so to speak. Again, if it doesn't work out, I iterate. If something doesn't work out, I iterate. And I give myself permission to not say, oh, I'm all in on this one thing. I'm just going to iterate, you know? I think there is a way. I believe that there is a way. There's always a way. Right? Systems in the inner game, that's where inner alchemy comes in. How can I create the content in such a way that it gets people to think about their own inner alchemy, their own inner work, their own inner game, their own inner world? How do we make that the thing? Because I can very simply, when it gets all going, I can create this damn inner alchemy operating system. All I got to do is just refactor some of the things, and that's it. That's pretty easy to do. But now the thing is, how do I tell that story? I already know how I'm going to tell the shorts. And maybe we start from there. Maybe we start with the shorts. Obviously, what I want to do is create channel trailer and then those 4 videos. Channel trailer and 4 videos. That's going to be the start. And channel trailer will come last, but it will show up first. But as I script it, it's going to show up in that one in a certain way. Letting my family down. Letting my loved ones down, disappointing them. I think for me, the hard thing would be not being able to provide for them and having them suffer because of me. That reminds me to my biological mother. She worked a job. I'm sure she did not like it. She worked a job to put food on the table. That's pretty much it. That was the ambition. She worked this job to put food on the table. And then what happened? And then she couldn't keep up with it. There is more month than money. She had to rely on her mother to feed her and me. That might be humiliating. That could be really, you know. But that's also what I'm doing. I'm also relying on someone to help me through this time, you know. And you know, someone can say, "Oh, if you really wanted to, you can move your ass or whatever." Fine, okay, fine. But I've done the hustle thing as well, where I've taken all these part-time jobs and gigs and everything like this, and you don't make enough fucking money. You don't generate enough income. So I would rather get the help from this person that's helping me out. They're highly successful. Their company generates over $50 million a year, and I'm sure that they can afford it very, very easily. And I'd rather take their help and Let that ego go. Let that whole male pride bullshit go. Male pride. Right. Even though I have this toxic male pride, I choose to let that go from my nervous system now. Even though I have this toxic male pride, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I have this toxic male pride, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I have this toxic male pride, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I have this toxic male pride, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I have this toxic male pride, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Right, that is what they're going to remember. These kids are going to remember stories. Because I remember Dragon Ball Z. I remember Pokemon. I don't remember a fucking certain TED Talks, you know? The only recent one that I remember was Amanda Palmer, her thing about the asking. That's it. That's all I pretty much remember. Of all the YouTube videos I've ever watched, I don't remember many. I remember the person. I remember Gary Vee. I remember the short of him with the girl who said, watch, someday I'm going to be somebody. He said, hey, you're somebody now. But even then, that was recent. I remember Casey Neistat and him saying gear doesn't matter. And that was from a few years ago. He said, story is the king. Story, story, story. Everything sits on that. It's all about the story. Story. That's what it is. It's the fucking story. That's all it is. It's the story. What's the story I'm going for here? That's the deal right there. It's the story. Being a good storyteller. Being a better communicator. And even still, if I think about trading, the markets, they're telling a story. It's all telling a story. This whole room right now, if you think about it, is telling a story. What's the story that it's telling? It's telling the story of there's someone here that's doing computer work. That's the story here. This is the story. Even this, there's a story behind this. There's a story behind this stuffed animal called Lucky. There's a story behind the Mother Mary statue. There's a story behind this canteen. There's a story behind all of it. There's a story behind everything that I see here. There's a story even behind this desk mat. There's a story to this. There's a story to all of it. My job is to tell that story. That's what people have been doing, right? For a long, long time. Telling stories. Stories are how you get people to learn, I think. Versus saying, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. Once upon a time, there were two guys. There were two princes of Egypt. And there was a pharaoh. That's the story. But then it makes you think, right? Because now you're speaking in parables. So how do I just speak in parables? This male pride. Relying on help. relying on support. Yeah, there's part of me that's like, I want to do it. I want to figure it out already. I want to da-da-da-da-da. It's the same story that I've been saying for fucking years. Is that really going to help me at this stage? No. I just, hey, accept it for what it is. Accept everything as it is. Be grateful. And that's it. Changing the beliefs that I have. From what I remember from reading Dr. Van Tharp's books, that's like a huge thing. Changing the way that you feel emotionally towards something, that's a huge, huge thing. You have to change the way you feel. Have to change the way you feel. I'm choosing to change the way I feel now. The way I see myself. I can either say, oh, I feel sorry for myself because I'm relying on help, or I can say, hey, people care. Thank you for caring. I can say that, right? I can focus on that. And this person that's helping me, God bless them, they are such a dear, sweet person. And they care enough to help me. They care enough to say yes. They care enough to answer my fucking messages and to read my messages and say yes when I need help. I cannot say how grateful I am for that. And when I think about it from that perspective, like, yeah, you know, okay, I accept help. I accept help. I accept help. Even though there's a part of me that maybe feels hurt and not good enough. I acknowledge how I feel about this. This male pride. When I grew up, I was told, oh, you're supposed to be a macho man. A macho man. Macho man. Don't cry. You're supposed to be a macho man. What the fuck does that even mean, be a macho man? Drink beer and alcohol and fucking beat your kids and your wife? Have a mustache and have a fucking fat belly or have muscles? Is that a macho man? You want me to really be that? You really want me to be a fucking macho man? No thanks. No thank you. I pass. I fucking pass. I'd rather be than this. If you want to call me a sissy, a faggot, or whatever, fine. Fine. You want to call me a pussy? Fine. Okay. I would rather be myself, the truth of who I am, and be authentic and vulnerable and really honest than to be a fucking macho man who fucking beats his kids, beats his wife, and then they fucking resent him, and then they leave him, and then he's all alone at the end of the day. Fuck no. I pass on that one. And this is not a judgment. It's just this is how I'm choosing to live my life. I'm not choosing to be someone that has to believe that they have to do it all on their own, because that's very exhausting. And I'm not going to get anywhere like that. I choose to surrender and accept. I choose to surrender and accept. I accept the things that I cannot change. I'm choosing to accept the things I cannot change. I cannot change the fact that, hey, look, our daughter still isn't back with us. Surgery happened in October. It's been November, December, January, 3 months going on 4 now. How much fucking longer does it take? How much fucking longer does it take? Out of my control. It's out of my control. Like, I can't do anything about that, you know? And if Soraya goes into a foster home because of the fucking politics or the bullshit, the bureaucracies here or whatever, what am I going to do about that? I can't do anything about that. But what I do choose to do is I do choose to tell the story and expose what's going on here in my way. How do I tell this story? How would I tell that story? And that, I don't know. But this male pride, I gotta be the one to do it. I have to do it. If I don't do it, who else will? It's very exhausting. Very, very exhausting. Very exhausting if I think about it that way. What good is that gonna do for me? And why would I do that? Why would I do it this way? What is this showing me about myself? This toxic male pride. I choose to surrender this toxic male pride now. I choose to give myself the opportunity to be. I give myself the opportunity to be now. I give myself the opportunity to express my truth. I give myself the opportunity to be vulnerable. I give myself the opportunity to tell my stories. Because I think that's who we are at the end of the day. I think we're just storytellers. I think we're just telling stories in our way, in our own little way. And we're passing down that wisdom through story. So I think this is where I'm choosing to go into the direction. But I need a system. I need a system because last time, I'm not gonna be fucking editing videos like a fucking asshole. Nope. But what I am gonna do is I'm gonna create a system. A system for telling these stories. Maybe telling stories about God. Maybe telling stories about faith. Maybe telling stories about hope. I hear the inner voice saying, yes, that's it. Maybe telling the stories about transformation, inner game transformation, enduring, giving yourself the opportunity. Giving yourself the opportunity. Even though I had this toxic male pride of wanting to do it myself, I can acknowledge that probably I was doing it from a place of hurt. I felt let down before in the past. Like I couldn't rely on people. So I had to do it myself. And it's hard. It's not easy. This is what it is. This is what it is. And I choose to let this go. I choose to be at peace about this now. Just because I'm a man doesn't mean I need to be keeping this to myself. Just because I'm a man or a male in this physical body does not mean that I need to be cold, stern, These are all ideas. These are all conditionings. And I choose to let this go from my nervous system now. I choose to be at peace. I choose to relax. I choose to let my guard down. I lived my whole life with my guard up. That hasn't gotten me very far. I choose to get myself out there now. I choose to get myself out there now. And I do. I make the steps necessary to get myself out there now. Giving myself the opportunity to get myself out there now. I get myself out there now. I get myself out there now. I get myself out there now. Oh. And I just breathe right now and I relax. What if it doesn't work out for me? I iterate. I am the type of person that iterates. When something doesn't work, I just iterate. That's it. Am I going to return the Mac Studio? No. I'm going to iterate. I'm going to get the key. I got the keyboard that I needed. I got the Mac Studio. It came with the wrong power cable. I got the power cable. Then I turned it on. I needed the fucking Mac keyboard and mouse. Because my keyboard and mouse, when I put it in with the USB, into the USB-A port, didn't work. Great. So, here's where I am. Here is where I am. And that's it. I ordered it. It's coming whenever it comes. And that's it. And it's done. And now, I take it easy. Now I rest. Now I just relax knowing that it's going to come as it needs to come. Maybe it comes tomorrow. Maybe I get the thing tomorrow. Maybe it comes on Thursday or something. I don't fucking know. It's very close. We're very close. For sure, it'll be set up by Sunday. I mean, we already got the power cable. The keyboard and the mouse should come in soon. So there we are. And now that's the work. That's me getting the work done now. The mushrooms are coming in. Everything is coming in. As it needs to. It'll be here. As it needs to. It'll get done. As it needs to. And I take it one step at a time. I give myself the opportunity to ask for help as I need to. Trusting and knowing that there is an abundance of resources. There's an abundance of love. There's an abundance of support. I give myself permission to know that there is an abundance and that I can transform myself and become the type of person that is of value, that is of service. I can become the type of person that has something of value to say and share. And I choose to share that with the world. That's it. I'm choosing now to share that with the world. And I'm choosing to tell my stories. And I'm choosing to leave something behind for my kids. That's the first and foremost thing. Is what am I going to leave behind for my children? That's going to be my legacy. That's it. And so it is. And I let this go now with great love in my heart. I move forward with this day. I love myself and I forgive myself and I apologize. I love myself and I forgive myself. And I apologize for how I treated myself in the past. I love myself and I apologize for how I treated myself in the past, and I forgive myself now. And I thank myself. And I love myself and I apologize for how I treated myself in the past, and I forgive myself and I thank myself. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Okay. Here's where I am right now. Here's where I am right now. As I mentioned before, this week is a deload week, if you will, from working. This is more admin week because this is week 4, which means I shouldn't be working out. So I'm gonna actually take a break for the next couple of days, just to make sure that I'm charged up and I'm ready for this upcoming period, this next 3-week cycle. And yeah, I'm gonna keep just working the best that I can here. I finished the Jenny Hoyos YouTube Shorts course. I went through the whole thing, and now I've got the I'm gonna make the outlines, and today I'm gonna do the full menu of the ways to deliver stories in shorts. So I'll do that first, and then I'll do the Jenny Hoyos thing, and then today's really gonna be about like thinking and brainstorming. All right, thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team, for the blessed, holy, and sacred protein shake. Bless this protein shake for my greatest and highest good. May this protein shake hydrate and nourish me on a deep soul level, and so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. I'm thinking about Rocky. Eye of the Tiger song has been playing in my head a lot. Been playing in my head a lot. As a habit. I'm gonna call it out. Thinking about Rocky 3. And in this Rocky movie, Rocky, played by Sylvester Stallone, he's at the stage where he's come up already, right? He's achieved that success, and now he's getting comfortable. And as he gets comfortable, what happens? He's winning, he's fighting these opponents, he's winning, he's thinking he's the guy, but then he finds this really tough guy. He comes up against this really tough guy, Clubber Lang, played by Mr. T. And that guy is tough. And then he finds out from his trainer, his coach, the old guy, I forget his name, Mickey or something like this, finds out that he's been getting like subpar opponents. So now his confidence is in question. And then he fights Clubber Lang. He loses. And he's gotten some PTSD from that now. And then what happens? Then he goes to train with Apollo Creed in Los Angeles, I think. And the whole theme is about the eye of the tiger, getting that hunger back to fight and tapping back into that. Like, it's easy to get complacent. I think the message of that is like, it's easy to get complacent. It's easy to
take your foot off the gas and not go so hard when things are going your way. You got to find those reasons. You got to dig deeper and find those reasons to keep going. And I think the eye of the tiger is about like training yourself to get hungry, you know? All right. Let's focus on what we got to do here. So right now, I'm going to create a new database for these stories. And then afterwards, I'm going to do a lot of distilling and summarizing with Jenny Hoyos's YouTube shorts course.
könnte problemlos von meinen Mieten leben. 2026 kannst du dir auch die Grundlage dafür schaffen. Das Geld wird rasant entwertet und viele Leute machen sich Sorgen, dass sie weiter... What the hell is that? Oh my goodness! What is this? Oh my goodness! It's that time! Let's go! It's that time! We about to race the team! Come on, baby! Oh, Lord! I am Steve! Like this song! Lights done is obvious! Let's go! Hell no! Guys, today is my dog's birthday. He is officially 2 years old. You're part of the family now. Welcome to Speed Game, man. I want to give him his cake. You okay, baby? You like that? You don't like the cake? Oh, wait. You want to race? Go. Like yourself. What? Fight, fight. I got it. Fight, fight. What? Fight, fight. What? Fight, fight. What? Fight, fight. What? Naquele pica na senta, gostenta, 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 gostoso. Vai pirar.
Interesting.
It's not clickbait. No, it's not clickbait. I did get a warning, chat. I did get a warning. My fault. It's a warning, so basically, I don't know if I'm gonna do Omegle no more. I got a warning. I don't know why. There was no nudity shown. There was nothing shown. But it was only a warning. My fault, bro. But I don't know. If I get another one, who knows what will happen. I probably will get banned. But I would not. I'm just scared to stream Omegle again on my main account. I don't know if I should stream it again or should I just hide my screen. Next time I'm gonna just hide my screen. You feel me? So we still is back. You feel me? So we still up there. But I ain't put no tags, no none of that, man. But even though, as a matter of fact, subscribe to my second channel. I'm gonna put it in the description because that's where I might do Omegle at. I'm out. Peace. Yeah, it's cramping, G. Yeah, man, you gotta put a little some of that on there. Yeah, man, that's it. The fuck is that? Yeah, man. Right now. Is he here? Where's he at? Where's he at? John Cena. You looking for him? John Cena, where's he at? I have no idea. I haven't seen him. Oh, what is he? Where is he at? John! Bro, where is John Cena at? Where is he at? John! Is he here? What? 85 kilos plus 1 ton. Like and sub, baby. Two helmets in the car. Level 3. Well, I'm dead ass lifting cars and 2 humans. Level 4, 3 humans plus a car now. Let's go. Let's go. 3 humans in the car. Like you saw, bro. I'm about to get on fire. Don't try this at home. Like you saw. Flame on. Fire? Here we go. All right, you're on fire. I'm on fire. I feel it. I feel it. Shut the f*** up. Are you ready? Shut the hell up. Okay, you can go. What? I can't swim. I can't swim. Help me. You can't swim in
Okay, I see why people like his channel. It's funny. He's funny. Interesting. Holy shit. What was his first video here?
When they kill my nigga Snoop, I see my young nigga in the casket, ain't even had no blood in him. Probably the reason why I keep taking it. How to put 20.
What is this, a gaming thing?
Hey, yo, big bro, you fucking with that? Okay, cool. Hi, ich bin Andreas. Du willst wissen, wie.
Oh boy, these ads.
Social and search, Alex just realized that it brings less with every dollar spent. Other
Nigga, get the. Chill. Ho, ho, ho. Green Giants. Nigga, 2 times in a row, nigga, give me that 10K VC. Fuck you talking about, dude? You suck, nigga, you suck. What's good, YouTube? I'm finna show y'all the best guard build for boot camp, y'all. Not that one. On your not your sons and legends.
Okay, and then there was a time where he started to do his picture-in-picture.
You can't close shot, bro. I banned him, bro. No.
Oh, that's interesting.
I know that. Like, I never got me to win this game. Like, he's 7-3. Good job, boys. Everybody drop a light, though, bro. Damn, first game, though, he said, make seem like that, but, like, posting. See you posting IRL? What do you mean, let me see you posting?
It was constantly basketball.
What's good, YouTube, y'all? The free paint tattoo glitch, y'all. You get to pick only stars, and look, like, they was all free. I got them for all free. I got the one green star. You have to spam it. You get, like, about 50 of them. Just spam X, spam.
Okay, when did he start becoming like ISO speed?
What is good with y'all YouTube, y'all? Basically, I was on my modded poster account. Not this account, it's modded poster account. It got some little things to it.
Okay.
I put up on his 9-year-old toxic post. You put it around your goddamn thing. For the people who was in the stream chat, I'm all cool. But to the person who glitched my court, bro, I caught you lacking. And I'm gonna show y'all who really glitched my court. I'm all cool, chat. Everything is okay, bro. I got over it, bro. But y'all, here goes the clip right here. I'm done, y'all. I'm all cool. Not worry about me, man. I'm gonna just keep it going, bro. This dude who glitched my court, y'all. Not alone. Now let's roll the clip. Stop saying it. What's good with y'all YouTube, man? If I lose, it's... You is so fucking terrible, bro. What the fuck? You real life a bitch, bro. You real life a fucking... He said, drop 21 in the logo, so he said that. He said, drop 21 in the logo, I get a logo.
Du willst mehr Sicherheit als nur eine kurze Probefahrt beim Autokauf?
He said, drop 21 in the logo, so he said that.
Wir haben 2026
Okay.
eine Lage auf dem Immobilienmarkt.
So like 4 years ago, then that's when he started really.
What's good with y'all YouTube? Y'all would not believe this new self alley-oop glitch in this gameplay. This dude shot a stealth alley-oop glitch. Self alley-oop. You just talking about for no reason. All this too smelly, bro. This nigga real like him an alley-oop, so alley-oop to himself. Sorry to tell y'all, but they never post. FK, I'm gonna wait for you, bro, cause you feel me? Cause look. What's good with y'all YouTube, man? Y'all probably know me. What's good? YouTube, bro. Look what y'all did, man. Look what y'all did, bro. Y'all think this shit a game, but it's not a... What's good with y'all boys, bro? Y'all boys got me fucked up the last video calling me ass and shitty and shit. I'm not trash. I'm not good. I'm not trash at basketball. But since y'all want to talk this shit, thinking I'm trash, let me show y'all sneak peek of me. And like I said, hit this dislike button. If you could do this move right here, do exactly what I'm about to do. Hit the dislike button. Not the like button, the dislike button. Watch this move I'm about to do right here. Now, I learned that shit from one of my old coaches. Now, like I said, hit that fucking dislike button. You know, do that move I just did. That move is very hard. It's varsity level that I am good at. Level that I am good at basketball. But this video is about me, you know, dunking the ball. But I'm gonna show y'all that I do know how to dunk the ball, and I am. Let me show you that I can dunk the ball real quick. Like I said, hit the dislike button. If you think, no, not the like button, fuck the like button. Hit the dislike button. If you think you're better than me at basketball. Now let let me show you that I can dunk real quick. Let's get right into it. All right, bro. Are y'all ready for the dunking time? Everybody want to see speed. Can you dunk your duck? 10-foot round, regulation room, NBA room, college room, high school room. I'm about to show y'all niggas right now. I got y'all boys. Here we go. Let's get right. What the fuck I tell y'all? Nigga, I'm gonna show y'all one more time, bro. I do this shit, y'all. I do this shit. I play basketball. I'm gonna show y'all the dunk it one more time. I got y'all. Hey, I'm done proving my point on God. Like I said, y'all. Like I said, if you better than me in basketball, hit the dislike button. I'm love y'all so much, y'all. Hit the like and sub button.
Und wo verkaufen wir das Auto her?
I like how he does these green screen things.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? What's good with y'all, YouTube? Y'all already know what time it is, man. Fuck the ball, kiss my. Hey, I'ma keep it. Hey, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'ma keep it 100 buck with y'all, bro. I'ma give y'all. You feel me? I'ma tell y'all. You feel me? What happened with this, my old, all that, bro. I'ma keep it buck with y'all. But for the first question though, he goes by the name Quick Shot. He's the first question that I seen on my It gotta be Pugatti. Like I'm talking about OG. And Pugatti, yeah. I used to watch him a lot when he was streaming. Probably about June, whatever, blah. My mama job. My mama is awesome. Mom, please, my mama job. They been calling my mama job. Please get this page taken down. I'm not playing. This will really help me out. Please get this page taken down on Instagram. It's been doxing my information. My job. My mama just called me. That's you should. I wasn't paying attention to it, but it's been rumors and shit saying Speed you got exposed, but I was not paying attention to it until my mama just called me about 5 minutes ago. Please get this page taken down. I'm not playing. My mama is very pissed off. She's very mad. Please get this page taken down. So please help me out. Please. I want to. I want to let this be known, bro. Do not feel bad for me. Don't feel sorry for me. Don't show no sympathy for me, bro. It is, you feel me? Because look, I'm still working on stuff, you feel me? Because, like, you feel me? I never knew, you feel me? This, like, all this shit comes by doing YouTube. So don't feel bad for me. Don't show no sympathy. No, I'm tired of people keep showing sympathy. I feel bad for you. I feel bad, bro. Is he okay? I'm okay, bro. I'm okay. I've been through so much shit on some real shit, bro. I'm tired of people keep showing. Stop feeling bad for me. I ain't gonna lie. I love y'all. For like care for me, showing care for me and shit. But stop feeling bad for me. Stop feeling bad for me, bro. Cause this, you feel me? Cause everybody gotta go through shit, bro. You feel me? So I'm saying, bro. Stop feeling bad for me. Stop showing sympathy for me, bro. I wanna let y'all know some real shit on my daughter chat. I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm all right, bro. It's just, you feel me? It's just some shit. It's everybody different, bro. It's everybody different. You feel me? Y'all don't know what I went through. You feel me? Y'all don't know what happened in the past other than me and shit. But look, you feel me? But look, that's not the case, bro. I just want to make this video just saying stop feeling bad for me. Just stop that. Stop feeling bad for me. I love y'all so much on some real shit. I'm glad y'all caring for me, but don't feel bad for me, bro. Don't feel bad for me, bro. Because everybody go through some shit, bro. Everybody, next man always going through some shit. So don't feel bad for me, bro. I don't like that on some real shit. Because you feel me? I just don't like that, bro. I just want to let that be known on some real shit. I love y'all boys, man, on some real shit, bro. Yes, bro. Yes. I am very angry.
Ja, Pro-Tipp, lass die Leute schon vor der Arbeit am Rad drehen, dann sind die deutlich entspannter.
Nah, but we're gonna. Come on. Shoot. So let's just say, like, what do you want to say to 3? All right. agreed to do a best out of 3. I want to get his ad money up. He took an ass beating. He's got to get his ad money up. So, come on. Check. Let's go. That check. Hey, I gotta say. Josh, nigga, hey, man. This nigga really making every shot. I told you that nigga can shoot. Oh, God, I told you he can shoot. That's his weakness. There he goes. All right. You just superpower. Do it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You just unlocked. Actually, hold on a second. What the fuck was that? Come on. Ready? First, you. Yeah. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Y'all check it out back. Oh my. Hey. Hey. Put that on friend. Be out this bitch, nigga.
Interesting.
Oh no. When I fly you or take you on a cruise, or just take you into a different room. The longer it rains. What's good with y'all YouTube? It's your boy Ashos. I'm trying to visit every single country. If I'm going to Poland, I want to be Polish for a day. The whole point is to experience something new in all of these countries. But here's
Genesis von Kerastase. Das Nummer 1 professionelle Anti-Hafen-Serum in Deutschland. Kerastase.
So what I'm doing right now is I took a detour to look at some of this content from iShowSpeed. The original reason for going onto YouTube was to look at Rocky, because that Rocky thing, Eye of the Tiger, has been in my head. And then I go onto YouTube, you get the feed, and then you see iShowSpeed. And I've researched iShowSpeed before, and I'm familiar with his channel. Now at this stage, I only found out about him in the last 3 or 4 weeks. So, but this young man is very, he's got a lot of high energy.
I've been training to beat you.
Oh, so you're trying to be a hoop.
The challenge has been laid down.
You really want that action?
KD will put Speed through the drills of the NBA Combine
Damn, that was tough.
to see how Speed compares to NBA prospects.
That's big time.
Then KD will team up with Speed in a game of 2-on-2
Come on, kid, you gotta make those.
to see what kind of game Speed has.
I'm in your head.
This is Speed of the Sports League.
All right, now let's change your shot.
Lethal will have to start.
Growing up, I just played basketball. I didn't train for it. I want you to continue to pop that wrist, and then at the end, soften it up with the point finger. See the vision of you winning. When you shot that, was it calm? It felt a little stiff. Yes. Are you breathing? It's not an NBA player.
Interesting. And this is, again, you can see now how he's evolved so much to where he's telling different stories now.
It's that time. It's that time. It's okay. All right.
The question I ask myself is, how the fuck does he do these streams while going all over.
In Marrakesh. Who in the stream live here? What's good, y'all? How are you? I'm good. Who in the stream from what? No,
And
we got a house here.
these are 2-hour streams too.
Now, what else is not Marrakesh? This is 100 years old, bro.
Together with the menagerie.
Crazy. We good. Sis, go. We good. We good. Move, yeah. Thank you, brother. Hey, look at you for in the right.
More and more to
That's cool.
Michelle just
He's doing these live streams going all over the place.
every dollar spent. Other
Is it open? Get 0.7 million subscribers. God dang. I'm here right now, y'all. I'm actually here. Oh my God. And chat, we're 10,000 subs away from 48.7 million subscribers. God dang. 48. We're 10,000 subs away from 48.7. But look though, chat, bro. Today is going to be a cool stream, chat. I'm about to be inside of. Oh my God, it's pink. It's making me freaking. We're about to be live. Literally live, chat. Literally live, bro.
Damn, that's incredible.
You know, Flash. That looks crazy. The artifact.
That's pretty impressive that he does these things like this.
Bro, they don't got another drone? What? Only one drone? Wait, bro, y'all hear that echo? We just switched this. Switching shotgun for safety. Because the shotgun can peek too.
Interesting. Super interesting. So the idea here is what I'm seeing from iShowSpeed is that right now he's transitioning into traveling around and showing that's telling that story from that place. So either which way, he's telling stories. Okay. Same thing with Kaisanat with Mafiathon. They're telling stories. They're just happening to do it live. And what I'm gathering from this is to tell a story live. How does someone tell a story live in real time? That's the thing. Documenting and telling the story. That's a hard. I don't know. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if that's a thing that I can do. But I'm just gonna stick with this right here. That's okay. So basically, researching that right now, side detour, but also very applicable because clearly he's got live streams, he's got shorts, and he's got long form. So he's hitting all three on the platform to get the most reach. Live stream is for community, and that's pretty obvious. And live streaming is basically for when people really like your stuff and they're going to come back and they're going to watch. It's that simple. Shorts are for discovery. And the videos I think, at least from what I've seen, they're from, building that longer trust and building more like episodic based things. Either which way, I'm still going to stick with the idea of keeping 4 4 video playlist, and I'm basically going to break it down from, like, let's say if I record for an hour, it's going to be 15-minute segments. Okay, and the idea is to break up an hour long worth of content into those 4 quarters. And the idea is, again, just to gauge like what's going to work the best at this stage, because they're hitting on different things, but at the same time, the playlist is going to connect to one central idea. So over the next 4, so I'll say something like this: over these next 4 videos, I'm going to show you da 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 da, and we're going to break it down into these components. Question is now, how do I convert that into a story? That's the part that's a little bit hard, especially because I'm trying to hold myself accountable. And I'm not going to be doing videos like all the time or shorts all the time. I think the idea is to have a data script and then produce and just get it done. So script and record, and then use AI animations or whatever to finish that part of the story. That's probably what I'm very likely to do, because I can't keep up with that. Like I'm not I show speed. I'm not Kaisama. I'm not high energy like that. But I'm also not monotone, right? I'm not like, so I have my own ranges, but I'm not like up there, in terms of like the energy. Maybe I could be if I have my own space, I'm just thinking to myself, like, I don't want to be loud and disrupt Hema. So that's why I keep it very, very surface level and very just relaxed right now. Next is I have to finish this. I don't have to. I choose to. I'm choosing to work on this database right here. And this database is going to house basically the types of stories that I want to tell. And I think that this could be useful to my kids and maybe even to other kids that don't have fathers, Like shit, like I sometimes I wish I had a dad to tell me certain things, No, that's not what I asked you. That is not what I asked you, ChatGPT. How about we just say story types? Story types database. There you go.
Simple, right? Ways to deliver story in shorts. Question I gotta ask myself is, why am I doing this though? Why am I doing this? We got parable, what it is, best for, structure, example. Okay, so far with the story types, DB, we've got parable, fable, allegory, a story where everything maps to something real.
Okay, let's do this easier, right? Can we make this easier on ourselves here? Now what I just did was, because I don't want to manually do it for the remaining 12. I literally just told ChatGPT. I took a screenshot of the database. I copied the previous message, and then I told ChatGPT to convert that into a CSV for import. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Numbers, the Numbers app, and then I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to copy that into here. Copy that into the Excel sheet or the Numbers app, whatever. I'm going to export it. Go to File, Export to CSV. And then we're going to hit the save. Title it. Let's go back. Hit the slash, CSV, import into existing choose file. Okay, we're gonna find what we just saved. We're gonna import the story types database. Open it. And then I'm gonna select the database, which is gonna be story types, DB, map the CSV headers. Okay. And okay, let's import this now. Column 6 and 7 shouldn't have anything. And let's close that out. Okay, now everything is uploaded here. And now let's sort it so that we can delete the old shit or the new. Okay. Got that. Yes, I already have allegory. Analogy, before and after, fable. Okie dokie. And then parable is there we go. Parable, short fictional, best for systems, patience, ethics, long-term thinking. The structure is setup, contrast, outcome, implied lesson. Example, two builders work the same hours. Fable. Yes. Allegory. A city powered by pushing wheels versus one powered by water. Metaphor story. Metaphor story. Best for inner game, emotional regulation, states, what? What the fuck? Hey, metaphor story, inner game, emotional regulation, states, okay. I treated my mind like a sprint on a car, like a sprint car in a mountain road. How come every time come around? London Bridge, wanna go down. Dun, 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 dun. All right, metaphor story, done. Analogy. Analogy, direct comparison between two things, explaining abstract ideas quickly. Motivation is like caffeine. Systems are like sleep. Motivation is like caffeine. Systems are like sleep. Oh, that's what I would want to do. I'd want to create these things in such a way that it makes people smarter. It doesn't rot their fucking brain. That's a pretty important, I think. Right? Motivation is like caffeine. Systems are like sleep. Riddle, 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 riddle. What is it? A story framed as a question or mystery. Best for curiosity, engagement, comments. Yeah, you know, you could have just kept it as a text, right? Yeah, but I'm still not sure about that. Yeah, you probably should have done that, honestly. Fuck. Now you gotta do that all over again. Make it easy on yourself, motherfucker. Okay, done. Easier, right? Okay, so now I have different story types here. Let's just make sure this is all good. We have here our parable. A parable is a fictional short story that illustrates a moral or principle indirectly. Best for systems, patience, ethics, long-term thinking. Setup is structure is setup, contrast, outcome, implied lesson. Example: two builders worked the same hours. Fable, like a parable, but often exaggerated or symbolic. Sometimes animals, sometimes archetypes. Best for moral character, discipline, temptation, ego. Example: a fox mocked its hurdle for moving slow. Good. Allegory, a story where everything maps to something real, life, business, inner work. Best for deep systems concepts, life architecture, legacy thinking. Example: a city powered by people pushing wheels versus one powered by water. Okay? Good. Metaphor story. One sustained metaphor instead of a full plot. Inner game, emotional regulation, states. Example: I treat my mind like a sprint car on a mountain road. Analogy, direct comparison. Okay, motivation is like caffeine. Analogy, motivation is like caffeine. Systems are like cool. Riddle, a story framed as a question of mystery. Best for curiosity, engagement, comments. What grows slower when rushed and faster when left alone? Cool. 7. Cone, Zen style. A paradoxical statement that breaks linear thinking. Inner work, ego, identity. The builder who stopped building finished first. Builder who stopped building finished first. Haiku, extreme minimalism, fewer words, more silence. Timeless wisdom, emotional resonance. Stone by stone he worked. Years passed, the machine slept, then woke. Micromyth. A micromyth is a mythic setup compressed into seconds. Legacy, archetypes, destiny. The god gave two men fire. Okay, origin story. Mini, a true story from your life, distilled authenticity, trust, reliability. I used to think effort was enough. Before after narrative, contrast across time, transformation, growth. Before I built systems, every day felt heavy. Failure story, a story where the lesson comes from loss or delay. A story where the lesson comes from loss or delay. Humility, patience, realism. I did everything right and still failed. 13. Observation story, a small moment zoomed in. Mindfulness insight. I watched two people train at the same gym. Rule without rule. Rule without rule. A lesson stated as a pattern, not advice. Non-preachy wisdom. Every system looks slow before it looks inevitable. Mythic comparison. Mythic comparison. Comparing modern life to ancient roles or archetypes. Fatherhood, leadership, character. Kings don't rush. Kings didn't rush. Soldiers did. Okay, cool. Live streams are for raw experience. Long form is articulated meaning. Shorts, choose a narrative container and encode the meaning. Rotate, direct first person. Okay. Bottom line. Right. I don't need to choose one. You are building a library of wisdom vessels. Lesson, same lesson, many forms, etc. The structure is just going to be for I'm going to copy Jenny Hoyos' structure because it seems to be that's the works the best. Perfect. I see the database structure clearly from the screenshot. Below is a Notion-ready CSV mapped exactly to your columns. Columns used matching your DB. Right, and that's what she does. She's putting out a lot of volume. She puts out a lot of volume, and with that volume, what happens is that when there's enough volume of content, one of them hits, right? So if you look at some of her her shorts right now, some of them are getting like, hey, 20,000, 30,000 views is a lot, right? But for her channel size, she's got what, 10 million? She's got 10 million, 10.6 million. Okay, she's got 10.6 million. And some of these are getting like 1.3 million. So that went viral, right? 1.3 million went viral. 662,000, that went pretty good. 1.2 million, that's viral. So I'll say anything above a million for her channel is viral, right? So she's got some of these right here where it's like they are doing 44K, 33K or something like this. Right, then again, like she said, over the weekend, that's when most people will watch what she's been up to. And already one of these videos, look at that. One of these shorts already got 27 million views. Another one, 5.6 million, 100K, 693. So anything like under a million for her channel size is basically like, I would consider it that it didn't go viral. It was a flop, because if you look at it, like some of these, my God, she's just going, she's putting out the content, right? Some of it is repetitive, but when she puts it out, like if it gets over a million, it really takes off, And some of these are 3 million. Some of them she's got like fucking 182 million. That was the one where she built that little house thing in the house, the secret room in her house. So that's 182 million views. And let me see, what's the smallest one? And this is where she dominates. It looks like she just dominates with the shorts, and she makes it like this reel of video content. I wonder what's her worst video. Let me see here. There you go, 20K. For whatever reason, it didn't go through. It didn't.
Is it faster to go inside or the drive-thru? Because my mom is leaving in the car and I'm ordering inside. Oh, I'm filming a YouTube video. So, okay. Which lane do I have to go? I'm not lucky with this. Sometimes I go to one is broken. I want a chicken nugget kids meal. Apple juice? Coca-Cola. Thank you so much. You're quick. Let me have the Happy Meal. Keep drink, baby. Coca-Cola. Anything else? That's it. Thank you very much. How much is the kids meal? With this inflation, I don't even know anymore. No way. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I see. I've been all this money to get one subscriber. I'm sorry? Thank you so much, Tristan. Now I got to go faster. I think I'm gonna beat her. You just got us to win. She beat me. Drive-thru, but don't be fat. Is it faster to go inside or the drive-thru? Because my mom is leaving in the car and I'm ordering inside. Oh, I'm filming a YouTube video. So, is it faster to go inside or the drive-thru? Because my mom is leaving in the car and I'm ordering inside. Oh, I'm filming a YouTube video. So, inside or the drive-thru? Because my mom is leaving. Is it faster to go inside or the drive-thru? Because my mom is leaving in the car and I'm ordering inside. Oh, I'm filming a YouTube video. So, okay. Which lane do I have to go? I'm not lucky with this. Is it faster to go inside or the drive-thru? Because my mom is leaving in the car and I'm ordering inside. Oh, I'm filming a YouTube video. So, okay. Which lane do I have to go? I'm not lucky with this. Sometimes I go to one is broken. I want a chicken nugget kids meal. Apple
Okay. So there's some videos here, some shorts here where the minimum, her lowest short, she's got probably hundreds of shorts, like 600 at least, 20K views. And Jesus Christ. And then the top one is 182 million. So why didn't it take off? I guess I'm still at that stage where I'm trying to figure that one out because it looks pretty damn good to me. And her videos, she doesn't have a lot of videos. She does not have a lot of videos. And her shorts take off more than her videos. Interesting. Okay, so that's interesting. So now that I've been seeing some of these videos and these shorts, I know that from the Jenny Hoyos shorts course, she has a specific template that she uses, and she also provided a her own AI assistant to help with the video construction, which I have it on my ChatGPT account. So I'm definitely going to make sure I use that one. And the idea now is so I have that. I'm going to ask ChatGPT if there's any other story types that I can use and leverage. And then afterwards, I'm going to basically see if there's any other story types that I can use and leverage. And then I'm going to transcribe, I'm going to summarize each lesson from the Jenny Hoyos course, highlighting the key things that I need to know. And then from there, I'm going to look at the different AI animation stuff. Okay, so let's do this one at a time. Okay, did that. Make sure to write this down so I remember this. So convert ChatGPT micro narratives lesson into database. Okay, cool. Next, Screenshot, story, types, DB, get description, missing content, summarize, Jenny Hoyos, course, and then research, shorts, AI, animation. And plus I also have to download, right? Download. Download Jenny Hoyos PDFs. Cool. All right. So that's what I got for today for more administrative based stuff. Okay. Look at this. stories. I'm assuming that creating shorts on YouTube or creating shorts on Instagram or TikTok or whatever the fuck, what really it comes down to is capturing attention and keeping people on the platform. That's pretty much my customer, right? I have a business. My customer, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, whatever. These are my clients. They want they want people staying on their content. That's their problem. Can people stay on their content long enough? Can people stay on their content long enough? That's the problem. My solution is, okay, I'm just going to create a whole bunch of stories that people like and that people resonate with, because stories have been our primal ancestral thing. So if you can tell a good story that resonates with human emotion, telling a good story that resonates with human emotion, that's going to win, I think. Right, let me actually put this down here. Cycle story. He explicitly about repetition, markets, habits, patience, identity. He quit every winter. Every spring he wondered why nothing had grown. Okay, cool. Okay, so basically I just now uploaded 2 screenshots of the database, and I said, are all those possible story formats I can use for shorts? Question mark. Can they also work for long form? Audit this list, see screenshots, transcribe just the format name, and list if there's anything else missing. Then come up with another column that lists if the format name works best for shorts or long form or it's universal. Are these all possible story formats you can use for shorts? Yes. For all practical purposes, 95 to 97% coverage. Can they also work for long form? Yes. Every single one can work for long form, but some are better expanded than others. You are not missing anything essential for a systems-driven creator focused on inner game, discipline, legacy, wisdom transmission. There are only 2 optional edge case formats you could add, but they are not required. I'll list them after the audit. Transcription, suitability audit, format name, only best usage. Below is a clean Notion ready table. You can directly turn into a new column like best length, format fit, shorts, long form, best expanded, universal works equally well. Okay, let's do this here. Allegory is long form. Analogy is universal. Before after. Character snapshot is best for shorts. Universal, universal, universal. Shorts. Universal, universal, universal shorts. Shorts. Letter, message. What the fuck? Damn it. Wait, what? Fable, failure story is universal. Haiku, shorts. Koan, Zen style, shorts. Letter, message, yeah, long form. Metaphor story, universal. Metaphor story is universal. Micromyth is shorts. Micromyth is shorts. Observation story. Mythic comparison is universal. Universal. Origin story, mini is universal. Mythic comparison is universal. Observation story is universal. Origin story is universal. Parable is universal. Paradox story, universal. Riddle, shorts. Rule of thumb, universal. Rule without rule, universal. Case study. Two voices, self versus self, mentor versus student, ancient Socratic style. Great example. Why do you rush? Because I'm afraid. Cool. All right, so now we pushed out 22. Now I've got 22 different story types. And now I have the story types database already set up. And it's just now recording all that core content now, which is great. So now when I have when this is set up, now I'm going to be able to show everything on the screen and what my idea is and what I'm working on. And then I'll be able to show the Content Hub and show the relations and the cross relations between all of these databases. This is, I think, going to be incredibly important because if I think about it, why do people go and watch content? They want to be entertained or educated. All right, let's do this here. So I was thinking out loud, and basically I thought, if I were a business, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok are my clients, and the problem I'm solving for them is keeping people on their platform. They pay me, so I create content to keep people on their platform, and they pay me with views. True or false? Next, people go to YouTube. People go to YouTube to learn. Another assumption. All right, that in itself is a reframe, because look, what was I saying before? If I'm an employee, that means I'm working for them, right? Another assumption. I originally said. Okay, so here's what I said to ChatGPT. I said, so I was thinking out loud, and basically I thought, if I were a business, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok are my clients. And the problem I'm solving for them is keeping people on their platform. So I create content to keep people on their platform, and they pay me by pushing my content out there. True or false? Next assumption. People go to YouTube primarily to either learn or be entertained. True or false? Another assumption. Storytelling is one of the oldest and highest impact ways to grab attention and get people to remember what you're saying. Therefore, it is in my best interest to tell stories that either teach or entertain or do both. True or false? Assumption. If I'm leaving my YouTube channel as a legacy for my kids, I'd want to create content that is timeless and resonates with someone at 12 years of age and up. True or false? I originally said to the camera that if I'm an employee, my job is to keep people on YouTube. But I changed that shift to me being a business and YouTube being my client, and we're doing business together. So there's no psychological power/slave dynamic. Thoughts on that? You're reasoning clearly, ChatGPT correctly, and at the right altitude. I'll answer each assumption cleanly, then address the mindset shift at the end. Number one, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok are my clients. I keep people on their platform. They pay me by distribution. That's right. They pay me with distribution. Verdict true with one precision tweak. Accurate model. Platforms want retention, session time, return visits. You create content that increases those. They pay you with attention distribution, not cash. Precision tweak. You are not their employee. You are a supplier of attention retaining experiences. That distinction matters. And I think that's an important distinction, because otherwise you feel like you're a slave to that algorithm. You're not. That is a mental shift that needs to be made. You are a business. You are not an employee, you are a business. People go to YouTube primarily to learn or be entertained. True. Those are two dominant intents: learn, skills, ideas, understanding, be entertained, emotion, story, novelty. Everything else, connection, inspiration, identity, is a subset of those two. The strongest creators do both at once. Okay? So that's the zone that I want to be in. I want to figure out a way to entertain, but also teach. Storytelling is one of the oldest and highest impact ways to grab attention and be remembered. True. Objectively, neurologically, historically. Why this is fact. Stories activate emotion, memory simultaneously. Humans remember narrative structure, not bullet points. Stories reduce cognitive friction and resistance. That's why religions use parables, cultures pass myths, kids learn through stories, great teachers tell, not just explain. Your conclusion is correct. It is in my best interest to tell stories that teach, entertain, or both. That's optimal alignment with human psychology and platform incentives. If this is a legacy for my kid, content should be timeless and resonate from age 12 plus. Verdict true, strongly true. This is actually a filter, not just a preference. Timeless content characteristics. No trend dependence. No slang reliance. No platform-specific gimmicks. Human themes, effort, patience, fear, integrity, time. If a 12-year-old can understand it and a 40-year-old can feel it, you fit the sweet spot. Stories do this better than any other format. Employee versus business client framing. This is the most important part. I'm an employee of YouTube? No. Psychological outcome. Power imbalance, approval seeking, burnout, resentment. I'm a business. YouTube is my client. Psychological outcome. Agency, professional distance, strategic thinking, long-term clarity. The correct framing is you supply high-quality, retention, positive experiences. They supply distribution and discovery. You both win when users stay longer and return. That's not slavery. That's a mutual value exchange. The clean mental model locks us in. You are a wisdom systems business. Your product is attention holding narrative. Platforms are distribution partners. Right. If you just think about yourself as a media company, what does a media company do? Right? That's pretty much it. Platforms are distribution partners. Viewers are beneficiaries. Your kids are future recipients. You are not gaming the algorithm. You're serving human nature in a way algorithms reward. That's the highest integrity way to play this game. Final verdict, simple. All of your assumptions are true. Your reframing is healthy, accurate, and mature. You're not chasing views. You're building timeless signal and letting platforms amplify it. That's a key. Okay? I want to turn those 4 true-false statements into a database where each row houses one of the 4 assumptions. Create a property schema and title for the database based on what I asked. I don't know if assumptions or branding assumptions. But figure that out. And then I want the CSV so I can import those immediately. Property schema should be super fucking simple. We should have one assumption, hypothesis, 2 the bullet points, 3 true false, select tag, and whatever else is relevant for this DB. Do not change the wording at all. Keep the wording, motherfucker. thing I'm gonna do for now, and then I gotta finish this up, is convert ChatGPT, micro narratives, yes. Screenshots, diary types, get description, yes. I have to summarize the Jenny Hoyos thing, so I can't keep working on this. And this is not what I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah.
Do you want some while they're warm?
No. Thank you. Okay. Last thing. Last up before we move on. A media company. Before I and my company produces content. That's the you be a company. It's content tight and real. You are not creation. You are live stream. Long form is refined insight. Shorts are massive distribution. That's how real media comes work a lot intelligently. They let you adopt me as I see. Consistently outputting precious. Scale comes in delegation. Osmans and better. You're not always listening. Modern platforms. Next simple con production. A loop would capture the tribute or forming this entity inside personal brand OS. Ceramia, intermedia, etc. Right. That shift. So let's put assumptions. Core assumption. I am a media company. My product is systems timeless narrative. Moving on. Dios.
lange nicht mehr sehen werden. Ich habe mittlerweile über
What's your biggest fear? My biggest fear is actually, am I in a relationship? The answer is, how much money do I make on YouTube? What's up, everyone? Welcome to my first ever Q&A. I'm going to be answering your juiciest questions while making a steak dinner. I'm trying to make the picture on screen. And yes, I asked AI what I should make today, and then that's what it generated. Now I'm craving that, and I got to eat that. Question number 1. Where are you from? I am from Miami, Florida. How old are you? A lot of people think that I'm like 16, but I'm actually 20. I'm trying not to cut myself with this. Oh, this is a good one. Why do you always wear a ponytail? Because I don't like hair getting in my mouth, and if I don't wear a ponytail, the hair's just gonna be like, you know what I mean? And it's windy here in Florida. It's just more convenient that way. Did you hate, like, or love school? What did you hate or love about it? Before I answer the question, the first thing I'm gonna say is I am not in school because I already graduated college. I have a finance degree. So yeah, I would say I like school, but I prefer learning on my own. Just because I get to focus on the topics that I like. Versus in school, they made me do science, and I don't like science. It's too difficult. I'm just gonna show this to you guys. This is why I wear gloves. Because right now, I very much almost cut my finger. If I wasn't wearing this, what would have happened to me? I wouldn't have a nail right now. That's what would happen. Next question. What's your most embarrassing story from elementary school? So when I was in elementary school, my parents and even my teacher thought that I should be in a higher curriculum or like in a more advanced class. So I had to take, so when I was in elementary, this is why I wear gloves. Because right now, I very much almost cut my finger. If I wasn't wearing this, what would have happened to me? I wouldn't have a nail right now. That's what would happen. Next question. What's your most embarrassing story from elementary school? So when I was in elementary school, my parents and even my teacher thought that I should be in a higher curriculum or like in a more advanced class. So I had to take an IQ test to be able to see if I did qualify to be in the advanced curriculum. And after taking the test, it turned out that I was below average. I ended up going in a curriculum for those who were below average, I guess, and smart, for those who don't know how to read. And for the record, I was like 8 years old when they said that like I couldn't read. And that's not true. That's not true. I just didn't like to read. What was the scenario when you were so afraid as a child you thought you were in a life or death situation? Actually, when I was about 10 years old, my grandma was like, cooking literally right here. And she ended up taking a nap while she left the stove on. And next thing you know, the microwave catches on fire. The whole kitchen is on fire, like it's playing. And I hear the fire alarm going off, and I come downstairs. Next thing you know, I just see this whole thing on fire. But don't worry, I ended up running out, and we called the fire department. And my neighbor came running in with a fire extinguisher. He helped get out most of it, and the fire department took care of the rest. So that was a pretty dangerous situation. Carla Medina asks, what advice would you give to your younger self? The best advice. Okay, sorry. One moment. I'll answer that after I cut these because this is going to be loud. Okay. The number one advice that I would give to my younger self is to be healthy. Eat healthy, especially. Growing up, I didn't eat very healthy. I loved fried foods and sugar. I ate a lot of desserts like ice cream. And later on, I ended up getting a bunch of health conditions and issues, which I believe stemmed from eating unhealthy. So now I don't even have the choice to eat unhealthy. Now I have to eat healthy or else I would probably go to the hospital. So yeah, I wish I didn't make those bad choices. That would be the number one thing I would tell my younger self. A lot of you have asked, am I in a relationship? I don't know why you guys are curious, but I guess that's what everyone on the internet usually asks their favorite creators. The answer is no, I'm not. But if I ever am, you guys would see them in the video. Okay, I'm realizing I'm halfway through the questions, and I haven't even finished these fries. I'm gonna be more productive and finish these before I start answering the next ones. Next, I'm gonna make the chimichurri. I've never made this before, so I don't even know how you do it. But you know what? I'm just gonna do what I feel feels right. Spy Jam asks, what or who inspired you to become a content creator? There were lots of them, but Wasabi Productions, I would say, is the channel that inspired me the most. So at the time, they were basically two high school guys who wanted to make their own movies or productions. So they ended up starting a YouTube channel and did it there, which inspired me to do the same because I wanted to be an actress and I wanted to be in Hollywood, but I didn't know how to do it. But I did know how to start a YouTube channel. What's your favorite video that you filmed with someone, and who was it? My favorite collab video did it there, which inspired me to do the same because I wanted to be an actress and I wanted to be in Hollywood, but I didn't know how to do it. But I did know how to start a YouTube channel. What's your favorite video that you filmed with someone, and who was it? My favorite collab video was who can sneak more food into the movies with Yo Angelo. That was hilarious. Lots of fun. I was very nervous, but it's like something that it was a fun experience that I can now remember because it's on YouTube. It's a lot of work to pick out each individual leaf off of this. Spy Jam asks, how much money do I make on YouTube? I make enough to live and be able to buy food, but I'm not rich by any means. So I'm not like the other YouTubers that you see that buy all these fancy cars and houses. I make a living, but I'm not rich. And now we cook it. Ooh, this is a good question. Do you think content creation is harder than a 9 to 5? I make a living, but I'm not rich. And now we cook it. Ooh, this is a good question. Do you think content creation is harder than a 9 to 5? It depends on the 9 to 5. The thing I will say, for the most part, creating content is not necessarily harder, but running a business, I would say, is much harder. It's harder in the sense that you don't know how much you're going to make 1 month and how much you're going to make another, or if you're even going to have a career in a few months from now. So it is harder in that sense, but creating content in itself is not harder. So that's what I think. Right-hand man lover plays asks, if you could be an actor in a film, who would you play? If you choose me, you'll be the first YouTuber who picked my question. Wow, I feel honored. If I could be in a movie, I would want to... That's what I think. Right-hand man lover plays asks, if you could be an actor in a film, who would you play? If you choose me, you'll be the first YouTuber who picked my question. Wow, I feel honored. If I could be in a movie, I would want to be Spider-Gwen. Marvel, hit me up. That would be really cool. That would be my dream come true, honestly. Like, I'm just saying it, and unfortunately, it will probably never happen for multiple reasons. Maddox Podcast asks, what's your biggest fear? My biggest fear is actually getting a stomach ache. So I have really bad stomach issues because I'm intolerant and allergic to almost everything. So I'm always having a stomach ache, and my biggest fear is eating and getting a stomach ache afterwards. Child of the Moon asks, what's my biggest dream? It's honestly really simple. I want to live to at least 100 years old just because I want to prove to myself that I can by living a healthy life. And the next question comes from Samiha. She asks, what crazy thing am I going to do when I hit 10 million subscribers? Honestly, I don't have anything crazy planned or anything planned really, but it would be cool to hit it while I'm at VidCon so I can celebrate it with all my fans. That would be cool. This is how I like my steak. Guys, I burnt it. I'm just gonna get the best fries from this batch just for the picture. Now we're gonna add the chimichurri on top. Hopefully it looks nice and I don't mess up the steak. And there we have it. Oh, look at my lunch. Now I gotta try this. We're gonna try fry. Sweet potato fries are so much better. Now for the moment of truth, let's try the steak. That was a big piece. Click here to watch another video because YouTube really thinks you'll love this one. I mean, you have nothing to lose. My videos are free.
Cremig lecker.
I'm not 30 anymore, I'm 54. I do memory training for 9 minutes a day. And my boss seeks...
How do I put the clip at the top? I'm drawing. I'm drawing my hair. 10 minutes. Let me go inside. Low key, I got on and I set 400. I'm kind of drawing. It's just not defined. You know what? I don't know. Like, to me, I can't understand.
Me? Obsessed with you? Yes. Me? Obsessed with
piece here, cut another piece there. We're gonna cut this piece out. Now here's the trick. We're gonna slide this down and put this up here, and now we have an extra piece of chocolate. Let's make more! Judy, where do you get all this chocolate from? Let me show. Okay, Angel, we need 13 tickets to go see the Stitch movie.
13, but Marty, there's only 3 of us.
Yeah, Mariah, what? But what about them?
Yeah, but they're not actually real people.
Don't you dare. They're not real?
Okay, interesting. Okay. So as you can see, there is an addictive effect to this short stuff. I don't know if that's my goal necessarily. Let's get back to this. My God, that's what I was gonna do. You see how this works? My job was to look at the that was my only goal. And then I fucking okay.
This is the new Mac Studio. It looks just like last year's Mac Studio, but it's now powered by either the M2 Max or the M2 Ultra. So for the M2 Max, that means up to 25% faster performance compared to the M1 Max. And with the M2 Ultra, you can get up to 20% faster CPU performance, 30% faster GPU performance, and a 40% faster neural engine.
The newly refreshed Mac Studio is here. The Mac Studio has quickly become the as well, including the SD card slot, the M2 Max.
This is the Mac Studio with the Apple M2 Max chip. Comes with 32 gigabytes of unified memory, 512 gigabyte SSD, 12-core CPU, and a 30-core GPU. Time to upgrade my workspace.
Developers can build new versions of apps at warp speed with up to 25% faster performance than M1 Max. Motion graphics designers using After Effects can render up to 50% faster. Mac Studio with M2 Ultra is also Hey Siri, this is my Mac. What are you doing? What are you doing? Apple Silicon's a little confusing, so here's your cheat sheet. So there have been 4 generations of chips so far, and then there are multiple different performance tiers. So the base chip M4 is the most recent one. That's in things like the iPad, the MacBook Air, the Mac Mini, and the iMac. Then you move up to the Pro tier, which is a physically larger chip. So there are more CPU and GPU cores, more memory bandwidth. The rule is if you don't know why you need it, you probably don't need it. But this is in things like Mac Mini and MacBook Pro. Then you move up to the Max tier. This is an even bigger, badder chip. You guessed it, more cores, more memory. This is in things like Mac Studio and MacBook Pro. But in Macland, Max doesn't actually mean maximum because double it, pass to the next one. That's the Ultra chip, which is literally 2 Maxes fused together. It's the biggest, baddest chip, and that's in things like Mac Pro and Mac Studio. And so Apple works from left to right in terms of development, and this is the direction of time. So the latest and greatest is M3 Ultra, even over M4 Max. Now it all makes sense.
Okay. Yes, I was researching just now the M1 versus the M2 Ultra in terms of spec bumps. Um, so I have the Max Studio Ultra now, and I can't use it yet until the keyboards come in. So here's where I am. Yeah. So that's that. And now my job is make sure I get the thing, make sure I get the keyboard and the mouse, make sure that comes in. And then we'll go from there. I think I am very likely to upgrade to the M3 Ultra when the M5 Ultra comes out because the resale should be under $3,000. So I can just simply either trade that in or sell that and then use the cash to get the other one. So that's what I would do. Or maybe I just wait 24 months and then get the next one, you know? Doesn't matter. Next, summarize the Jenny Hoyos course. Okay. All right, so now, as I said, summarize the Jenny Hoyos course. So I created a prompt before that basically can take a transcript and convert that into a full-blown out summary. So let's see. Okay, so now ChatGPT is basically creating that summary for me using the prompt that I gave it. And now I just wait for that to finish doing what it does, copy that, and then I'm going to create something per. I'm going to create probably a quick prompt per, and then paste that per video. Yeah. So just duplicate the prompt basically, and then just refine it, like dwindle it down so that I just get a summary of like a bullet point or something like this. Like if I was taking actual notes. Oh my goodness, this is going so massively slow. Oh my god, man. Well, hey, positively, it does it for me. So to take, 21 days worth of videos, compress that, and then it did it for me, that's fine. Okay, great. Okay, so I just created. I'm creating a prompt right now. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? This is going really slow, but I'm just gotta be patient. Oh my God, this is work. This is work. I'm already about halfway here. I'm halfway. Output. let's just output a whole bunch of content right now. And whatever works, whatever is desirable in the marketplace. And I have the different stories, the different story types. So I have parables, fables, myths, micro myths, whatever, riddles, haikus. I'm going to incorporate all of that. So I'm going to have the GPT create every single possible version. I'm going to use the prompter to script it. And then I'm going to have AI output that for me. And I'm going to use Opus Clip and an AI animated shorts generator, ideally. So I want to make sure that I have the subtitles and do all those little basic things. Basic things. And it's just really now about creating it in bulk and having an optimized workflow so that everything gets created super fast. So my idea is I'm going to create content. I'm going to create content in bulk on one day, and then I'm going to auto schedule that out throughout the week because I do not have time to be, uploading every single day. I got to get back to the trading operating system, but I do want to schedule one day a week where I script with ChatGPT. We create, and I generate those clips. I convert them into higher polished videos, like shorts. And even if I just create like a video playlist once a week, idea with that is to create some sort of like a presentation. So you use like Gamma AI or Beautiful AI to create presentations. And again, I want to have like the bullet points and then the talking points with the prompter. So I'll be able to basically just speak for an hour. I speak for an hour. I chop those up. I chop up that content. And then from there, I upload that, have the thumbnail generated from Pixels or wherever I need to. Good title. And then that's it. There's a couple of moving parts here, so I just have to get the workflow done. And then after that, it should be good to go. So it's very likely that there's still the same complexity with this as there is with trading. It's just different formats. The only difference here is that I'm not directly losing money on a screen, but I'm losing money if I don't generate an income from doing YouTube, right? So, I have to evaluate for myself here and see, okay, it's great that you're doing this, but now really understand that if you're going to do this, there are costs associated with this. You have to make sure that you recover. Okay. Course, what the idea to do is to be able to at least take the vert and have AI B roll of some sort lay over the A roll, and this way, the final version, it goes up to the short, it gets applied, subtitles get put in, etc., etc. And that's just now tweaking the final bits of that logistical process. And the idea after that is just to really create a lot of shorts for discovery, and then create those playlists. Playlist first, shorts for discovery. So shorts will be more polished, I guess. Long form will be still polished, but not to that degree, and it will be more along the lines of more presentation style. Good God Almighty, this is so slow. Holy shit. It's time. Computer, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's time to move on here. Especially AI, like if you work, I would need a faster computer. My strategy is to remove as many bottlenecks and cross points as possible. I don't have goals. I don't think goals are for me, basically. Because every single time that I wrote down goals, it just never came through. So I think it's just thinking like, okay, if there's nothing for me to do, there's nothing for me to do. The direction I'm going in, and there's something for me, and remove that blocker. And that's my approach for now moving forward. So I'm doing here and just identifying what are the things that are blocking me from having success. What are the things blocking me from having success? I need to have the right microphone, the computer. This one is not going to do it. Camera, this is good. I just have to get a long to put it back there and set up what I want to set up. That's not going to work. We're getting there. Just a few more videos, a few more lessons to transcribe. It's the eye of the tiger. Down the bam, 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 bam. Like, finished copying, creating note for every single video of the 21 days. So in 2 days, I got that done. Because now the next thing is to really focus on the system. The framework, the template, I think that's going to be incredibly valuable, but also, and, no but, and what's also going to be really Valley was having a system to execute it. It does no good to have all this information and not apply it. You have to really apply it. So that's what I got to do. Keep that right there like that because that's not on my list of priorities. Let's download these things, right? Oh, that's great. Perfect. Great. She did all that research work. Great job, Jenny. Great job, Jenny Hoyos. Thank you. Restart iPhone. Okay, I just downloaded the Jenny Hoyos PDFs, and now just a quick research of quick research of shorts animations. So my idea is to create kind of like these stories, and I want to use simple visuals. Maybe I just use Leonardo or something.
Here's my top 2 tools right now to help you create portrait videos. Whether it's YouTube Shorts, TikToks, or Instagram Reels, you can't go past Opus clips and in video. For a full breakdown, check out the video linked here. Here's my top 2 tools right now to help you create portrait videos. Whether it's YouTube Shorts, TikToks, or Instagram Reels, you can't go past Opus clips and in video.
In video. Okay, so if I'm going to okay, now that that's done, my intention is to create shorts stories and distribute to YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Primarily creating for YouTube though. So my question is, if I'm going to use Opus, what are I want to create shorts designed for mobile, obviously, that have both me speaking on camera while also switching scenes with AI generated graphics. I want to have subtitles displaying on the short. I know Opus can help with the subtitles, but I'm wondering what software can help with creating AI generated animations that specifically fit the mobile canvas. 9 by 16, I think it is. Is in video an option, or is there something better?
Use this crazy AI hack to create 90 YouTube shorts in under 5 minutes for free sitting at home. Step 1. Get quotes from ChatGPT. Open ChatGPT and ask for 30 quotes each on girl facts, boy facts, and friend facts. Copy them to Google Sheets for easy access. Step 2. Canva creation. Head over to canva.com and choose the mobile video template. Customize your chosen template to ensure it grabs viewers' attention effortlessly. Step 3. Bulk create. Copy and paste the quotes from Google Sheets into Canva. Right-click on your text, click Connect Data, and select the appropriate column. Next, hit Generate to generate your YouTube shorts. You will get all your shorts that made this YouTube channel $44,000 monthly. And you can also use this crazy AI hack to create 90 YouTube shorts in under 5 minutes for free sitting at home. Step 1. Get quotes from ChatGPT. Open Chat.
You know, if you go to this website and click on Create Animation and upload any image and then give it a prompt, it will animate it according to the given prompt completely free. You know, if you...
This animation video was made using AI. Today we're going to show you how to create awesome YouTube animations without any animation skills for free. Check a 60 seconds to...
3 free AI-based animation tools you probably should know about. Number 1, Animate from Audio by Adobe. This tool takes any audio files and convert it into a completely ready-to-use animation within minutes.
Wow, look at that. AI can do anything.
Number 2, Let's Go AI. This tool takes any video as a reference and using your prompt can convert it into different styles of animations within seconds. Number 3, VizNose AI. This tool lets you create talking head animations using text, audio, or you can even clone your voice so that the talking heads sound like you.
It's a bright day and a great day to be.
Here is a cool way to animate your next vacation photo. Simply head over to Clean AI, go to Effects. Sometimes you're looking for the perfect voice, but you just 3 free AI.
This AI tool creates 20 plus videos for me every single day. Let me show you how. Start by heading to ai.invideo.io and here use the prompt box to give the AI a prompt for the kind of video you want. Click generate and then select your audience, your look and feel, and the platform you're making it for. This AI tool creates 20 plus videos for me every single day. Let me show you how. Start by heading to ai.invideo.
All right, that's it for today. So what I got done is I converted the narratives, like how I can tell a story in different formats. I got that done. I then screenshotted the story types database. I got the description. I filled in the missing content. I summarized the Jenny Hoyos course. I downloaded the Jenny Hoyos PDFs and I organized it in a folder, so it's now organized. And then I also researched AI animation tools. And I'm very likely now just going to have to test it out and see which one gives me the cleanest workflow. I'm very likely to just stick with one because testing out many different ones is a pain in the ass because there's so many. So I would rather just keep it very, very simple and just have a simple dialed in workflow and figure out what my budget is per month and what do I want to accomplish and then go from there. For sure, presentations, I think that would be the simplest thing for me to do. I have ChatGPT, that's $25 a month. Notion, I probably will downgrade to like the $8, $12 plan or something just because I'm not using the business plan so much. And then the last one is going to be the music, right? I'm going to need the music, Canva, and then the other tools for AI animations or creating shorts at scale. That's pretty much it. All right. I hope the rest of the equipment comes in soon because this is really, really slow.